under the command of Second Lieutenant Chad Walker. The 4th Detachment on parade this morning is the Guard of Honor, and they are under the command of Lieutenant Mark Gemmon. Making their way onto the parade ground is the detachment from the Barbados Police Service, led by Assistant Superintendent Richard Paris. And they are followed by the Barbados Cadet Corps. And detachment number 6 is led by Captain Marcella Gibson. The 7th detachment is led by Captain Desmond Grant. And the 8th detachment is the Sea Cadet unit led by Sub-Lieutenant Petra Seeley.
Left turn! Order! Arms! Stand at ease! Stand easy!
Next on parade will be the right half and unarmed units, accompanied by the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinder Band. Leading the unarmed units is a detachment from the Barbados Boy Scouts Association. They are followed by the detachment of the Girl Guides Association of Barbados. Next on to the parade is the St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados. And they are being followed by the Barbados Red Cross. Making their way onto the parade ground is a detachment from the Barbados Fire Service. We now have the detachment from the Barbados Landship. And the detachment of the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders. Ladies and gentlemen, these detachments will make up the right half of the parade. We will now have the unarmed units of the left half being marched onto the parade ground by the band of the Barbados Defense Force, and they are being marched on to the tune, Let's Join Hands. The first detachment from the left half is a detachment from the National Conservation Commission. They are being followed by the detachment from the Barbados Prison Service. We now have the government security guards. We now have 2 detachments from the Barbados Youth Advance Corps. And finally, the detachment of ex-cadets.
Armed units! Armed units, shin! Unarmed units will advance! Left turn! Parade! Stand at ease! Fall out the officers!
Captain Michael Jules has spent the past 30 years in sports and youth development in Barbados and abroad. As a matter of fact, he started out in sports as a track and field athlete representing his alma mater, the Lodge School, and Barbados, eventually securing a track scholarship to Jackson State University, Mississippi, USA. Captain Jules has spent the past 28 years as a reserve officer of the Barbados Defense Force, attached to the Barbados Cadet Corps. He was second in command of the number 1 cadet company, Harrison College, from 1994 to 1999 while a teacher there. He was also the training officer of Bravo Company, Turks and Caicos Island Cadet Corps between 2006 and 2008. He's currently the officer in charge of the number 11 company, St. George Secretary, as well as the number 17 Cadet Company, which comprises all the tertiary institutions, all the private schools, and the Springer Memorial School. Captain Jules is a well-known track and field announcer and commentator who has done announcing and commentary locally, regionally, and internationally. He has become the voice of the Barbados Defense Force, having assumed the role of parade commentator for most parades over 10 years. He is currently the sports coordinator of the Barbados Defense Force, a position he has held for the past 12 years. Captain Jules holds a Bachelor of Science degree in physical education with a minor in health education and a Master's of Science degree in educational administration. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning's parade's adjutant, Captain Michael Jules.
Parade! Parade! Shun! In open order, right dress!
The troops will be dressed by the conducting Warrant Officer Class 1, Colin Marshall. He is the Regimental Sergeant Major of the Barbados Regiment and is the most senior enlisted soldier within that unit.
Stand still! The front rank of the right half!
In August this year, Warrant Officer Class 1 Marshall celebrated 28 years of distinguished service to the Barbados Defense Force.
Stand still! The front rank of the left half!
During his tenure in the force, he attended and completed several military courses with distinction.
Stand still! The center rank of the right half!
He was the most outstanding student on Junior Leadership course in '98, on the Junior Non-Commissioned Officers Cadre in Jamaica in 2000, and on the Warrant Officers course in Jamaica in 2015.
Stand still! The center rank of the left half!
He has been awarded 3 Defense Board commendations, 2 Chief of Staff commendations, and is a proud recipient of the Service Medal of Honor.
Stand still! The rear rank of the right half!
He has also received the General Service Medal and the Regional Security System Medal.
Stand still! The rear rank of the left half!
Ladies and gentlemen, the conducting Warrant Officer Class 1, Colin Marshall.
Right! Yay! Front!
The corps and drums will promenade up and down the passing line.
Parade will fix bayonets. Fix. Bayonets. Shun. Parade. Stand at ease.
We are told that in armies of the past, After the sergeants were satisfied that their troops were properly prepared and in good order, they would set off to find their officers, ensuring that they were ready to answer the assembly, which the corps of drums would beat while marching through the town. The sergeants then guided their officers to their guards before the commanding officer arrived. This aspect will be reenacted on the parade in the assembly.
Parade! Shoulder arms!
The parade adjutant will now report the state of the parade to the parade's second in command, Senior Superintendent Christine Stamford of the Barbados Police Service.
Good morning, ma'am. I am Captain Michael Jules, Adjutant for this morning's parade to commemorate the 56th anniversary of Barbados' independence. On parade are 52 officers, 969 other ranks, all formed up in three sides of a hollow square at the open order and awaiting the pleasure of your command, ma'am.
Senior Superintendent Christine Stamford, proud past member of the Barbados Cadet Corps and the Barbados Regiment Reserve, has been a member of the Barbados Police Service for the past 34 years. 7 of those years were spent as an investigator at the Criminal Investigation Department and 22 at the Regional Police Training Center, which were devoted to training and developing law enforcement officers. She made history as the first female to become chief instructor in 50 years of the training center's existence and the first female to become deputy commandant at that institution. She is a holder of numerous training certificates, along with a diploma in human resource, postgraduate certificate in global human resource management, and a BSc degree in public sector management from the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus. Superintendent Stamford is presently the Deputy Divisional Commander of the Bridgetown Division, which comprises District A, Black Rock, Hastings, Worthing, and Central police stations. Those stations with responsibilities for policing the St. Michael and parts of Christchurch areas. Ladies and gentlemen, the parade's second in command, Senior Superintendent Christine Stanford.
Parade! Order! Arms! Stand at ease! Parade! Parade! Shun! Officers! Outwards! Turn! Officers, take post in front of your detachments. Quick march! Officers, to your detachments. Quick march! Parade! Shoulder! Arms! Flag bearers, to your detachments. Quick march! Arms!
The officers have assumed their position. The flag bearers have assumed their position. The parade is all formed up. And the second in command will now report the state of the parade to the parade commander. After handing over the parade, the second in command will assume her position to the right flank of the armed detachments.
Good morning, sir. I am Christine Stanford, Senior Superintendent of Police Acting of the Barbados Police Service, and second in command of this morning's parade, celebrating 56 years of Barbados' independence. On parade are 52 officers and 969 other ranks. The parade is formed up in 3 sides of a hollow square at the open order, ready and awaiting the pleasure of your command. Sir, please.
Commander Mark Anthony Peterson joined the Barbados Defense Force at the age of 18 after being a member of the Barbados Cadet Corps for 7 years. He enlisted on the 31st of March 2000 in the Barbados Regiment before being selected to attend a basic officers training course in Trinidad and Tobago in 2001. There, he was awarded the coveted Baton of Honor upon completion for his performance on the course. On his return to Barbados in 2002, he was posted to the Barbados Coast Guard before being shipped off to the Britannia Royal Naval College for his naval officer training. After completing his naval training, he was posted to HMS Anglesey. There, he was attached to the Royal Navy's Fishery Protection Fleet, deployed in the English Channel and the North Sea. In 2012, again, he was the first Barbadian to attend the Naval Command course at the People's Republic of China Naval Command College. Commander Peterson holds a diploma in architectural drafting, an executive diploma in management from the UWI Cave Hill campus, an MSc with distinction in national security and strategic studies from UWI Mona, and a master's of military arts and science from the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College. He is a Justice of Peace and married with 2 sons, both of whom are parading with the Barbados Cadet Corps. Ladies and gentlemen, parade commander this morning, Commander Mark Peterson.
Parade! Order! Arms!
We will now witness the presidential color and regimental color, and also the Barbados Coast Guard ensign being marched on to the parade.
Parade! Shoulder! Arms! March on the colors! Parade! Present! Arms!
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand. The colors are marched onto the parade by the tune Symbol of Freedom by Sergeant Steve Sobers. Colors were historically used in wars to rally troops and to provide a sense of direction and belonging. Capturing another force's color was one of the most uplifting acts for the conquerors and demoralizing for the vanquished. Today, homage is paid to that tradition by the representation of colors at ceremonial events.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we acknowledge the arrival of Commodore Ayrton Sherlin, Chief of Staff, Barbados Defence Force, and Mr. Richard Boyce, Commissioner of Police, the Barbados Police Service. The next dignitary to arrive is His Honor, Sir Patterson Cheltenham, Chief Justice of Barbados. Please stand. You may be seated.
To signal her arrival, the trumpeters of the mass bands will play a fanfare.
Parade! Shoulder! Arms!
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
Parade! General salute! Present! Arms! Shoulder! Arms!
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. To signal her arrival, the trumpeters of the mass bands will play a fanfare. All in attendance will be asked to stand for the arrival of Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados. The fanfare entitled Dame Sandra was extracted from the first 8 bars of the march Dame Sandra. This was deliberately arranged to ensure that there is a melodic relationship between the march and the fanfare. The composer is Mr. Ronald Cummins, retired member of the Barbados Police Service. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason.
Parade! Presidential salute! Present! Arms! Parade! Shoulder! Arms! Order! Arms!
Please remain standing until the inspecting party commences the inspection. The parade commander will now report the state of the parade to the President of Barbados and invite her to inspect the detachments on parade this morning.
Good morning, Your Excellency. I am Commander Mark Peterson, and I have the honor and privilege to command this morning's parade. This parade is held to commemorate the 56th anniversary of Barbados' independence. On parade this morning are 52 officers and 923 other ranks. The armed units are drawn from the Barbados Coast Guard, the Barbados Regiment, the Barbados Police Service, and the Barbados Cadet Corps. The unarmed units are drawn from the Barbados Boy Scouts Association, the Girl Guides Association of Barbados, the Red Cross Society, the St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados, the Barbados Landship, the Barbados Fire Service, the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders, the Ex-Cadets Association, the Barbados Youth Advance Corps, the Government Security Guards, the Barbados Prison Service, and the National Conservation Commission. Also on parade this morning is the mounted troop of the Barbados Police Service and the mass band of the Barbados Police Service and the Barbados Defense Force. The parade is formed up in 3 sides of a hollow square at the open order and awaiting the pleasure of your inspection. Your Excellency, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Stand forth the right half. Remainder, stand
The inspection is done using a ceremonial Land Rover, which will proceed along the front ranks of the detachments. The Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defense Force, the Commissioner of the Barbados Police Service, the Parade Commander, and the President's aide-de-camp
Arm units! Arm units! Sean!
will accompany Her Excellency on the inspection. The inspection is being done to the music Beautiful and Unspoiled by Cheryl Hackett.
Right half! Stand at ease!
Left half! Left half! Shun! Armed units, stand at ease!
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand
Left
as the
half.
inspecting party
Stand
makes their way
at
back to the saluting
ease!
days.
May I have your permission to carry on with the remainder of the parade, Your Excellency, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. The parade commander will prepare for the march past by giving the command troop, which signals the beginning of the mass band salute to Her Excellency, the President of Barbados. They will pay compliments by a march past in slow and quick time.
Parade! Parade! Turn! Troop!
The march past in slow time will be done to the tune A New Republic. This has been composed by Sergeant Steve Sobers. The mass bands are made up of the bands of the Barbados Police Service, led by Director of Music, Senior Superintendent of Police, Andrew Lynch, and assisted by his Deputy Superintendent, Dexter Norville. Their drum major is Station Sergeant Dane Bascom. The band of the Barbados Defense Force is led by Director of Music, Captain Brian Cole, and their drum major is Color Sergeant Charles Rouse. The mass bands will now prepare to march past in quick time. The march you will hear was specifically composed for Her Excellency by Mr. Ronald Cummins, retired Station Sergeant of the Barbados Police Service. And it was composed on the occasion of her being elected as the first head of state of the Republic of Barbados. The march is a musical memoir of her life, with the instruments depicting the parts different persons played in her life, and the passages of music representing the various stages of her young life and career, from infant to young lady, from trailblazer to President of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, Dame Sandra. You will now witness the armed units march past in slow and quick time.
Steady, steady. Stand still! The front rank of the right half! Back on. Steady, steady, steady. Stand still! The front rank of the left half! Wait! Eyes! Good!
Paid! Standard! Ease! Stand fast, the unarmed units! Armed units! Armed units! Turn! Shoulder! Arms! The armed units will march past in slow and quick time by detachment. The Barbados Coast Guard leading. Move to the right in threes. Right! Turn!
The musical pieces for the march past in slow time are Our Anniversary, composed by Senior Superintendent Andrew Lynch, Barbados, Our Homeland, composed by Sergeant Steve Sobers, Major Minor, composed by Captain Brian Cole, and Independence Day by Carly Williams.
Acting Sub-Lieutenant Kelman of the Barbados Guard. The right guide, Master Chief Petty Officer 2, Sheldine Waldron, and the left guide, Colasan.
The first detachment is the Barbados Coast Guard. Detachment Commander is Lieutenant Coast Guard Jamal Crick. He's assisted by Sub-Lieutenant Kirk Holder and Acting Sub-Lieutenant Chad Calise.
The second detachment is the 4th Women, commanded by Lieutenant Shimar Bala, assisted by Second Lieutenant Kashira Ford and Acting Sub-Lieutenant Zanaid Kalman.
Next on the passing line to pay compliments for excellency is the Guard of Honor. The Guard is divided into two halves, with the right half of the Guard passing first. The Guard of Honor is commanded by Captain Ashton Calloway. His second in command is Lieutenant Mark Jennett. Please stand for the passing of the colors. As the Guard marches past in two divisions, the color party is sighted between them. As the colors pass the passing line, the audience has been asked to stand. And on the colors, the presidential color ensign, Ramon Blackman, Lieutenant, and the ensign, Lieutenant Dexter Hope.
Please be seated. The Barbados Police Service is the next detachment on parade. Commanded by Assistant Superintendent Ronald Stanford, he's assisted by Assistant Superintendent Richard Paris and Assistant Superintendent Frederick Catwell.
The number 5 detachment is commanded by Captain Adrian Ward, assisted by Captain Marcella Gibson. This is the first detachment of 3 from the Barbados Cadet Corps. The banner party ensign is Mikhail Gooding. The Sergeant Major is Master Chief Petty Officer Keisha Trotman, and her escorts are Chief Petty Officers Tiffany Garner and Zalicia Corbin. The 6th detachment is commanded by Captain Philip Eno, and he's assisted by Captain Desmond Grant. The 7th and final armed detachment on parade is the detachment of the Barbados Sea Cadets. They are commanded by Sub-Lieutenant Wayne Beckles and assisted by Sub-Lieutenant Petra Seeley.
The armed units will be broken into quick time for their march past in quick time.
Quick time! Quick march!
The musical pieces for this march past in quick time are Prestige and Honor by Police Constable Tito Gittins, Symbol of Freedom by Steve Sobers, Service Beyond Duty by Captain Brian Cole, and Claim to Fame by Senior Superintendent Andrew Lynch.
and gentlemen, a round of applause for the armed units.
The unarmed units will now be ordered to march past in quick time only.
Stand fast, the armed units! Unarmed units! Unarmed units! Charge! Unarmed units will march past in quick time by detachments. The Barbados Boy Scouts Association leaders! Move to the right in front of the group. Right! Turn!
The musical pieces for this march past in quick time are a proud occasion by Paul Coaches and Captain, Blue and Gold by Senior Superintendent Anthony Nix, Guardians of the Ensign by Sergeant G. Sobers, and Call of Glory by Captain Brian Foley.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Boy Scouts Association of Barbados, under the command of Mark Trotman.
We now have the World Guides Association of Barbados. They are under the command of Miss Margaret Burke.
Ladies and gentlemen, always giving great service to Barbados, the St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados, celebrating 80 years of existence.
We now have the Barbados Red Cross Society under the command of Miss Lisa Chapman. The Barbados Fire Service under the command of Marvin Small.
All looking proud this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, the ship has come to the shore. The Land Ship Association of Barbados.
Next to pay compliments, the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders.
under the command of Foster Noel Eddie. Ladies and gentlemen, protecting our beaches and our parks and our green spaces and offering many more services, the National Conservation Commission.
Next to pay compliments, the Barbados Prison Service, under the command of Dennis Callender.
Definitely representing our national colors, here comes the Government Security Service.
Pay compliments to her Excellency, two detachments of the Barbados Union Balance Corps.
Ladies and gentlemen, next on the passing line are the ex-cadets, showing that they still have the skills to be on parade this morning.
witness a special detachment paying compliments to Her Excellency this morning. This detachment is the Barbados Legion. The Barbados Legion is being led by Mr. Michael Stewart, assisted by Lawrence Herbert. The flight orderlies Everton Jordan, as escorts Fillmore Lewis and Charles Johnson. They are marching to the tune of The Few and the Faithful, composed by Sergeant Laura Payne. These veterans are true patriots because although retired, they are brave to weather conditions to once again show their commitment to our church home, Barbados.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. The armed and unarmed units having completed their march past, the mounted troop of the Barbados Police Service will next walk past to pay compliments to Her Excellency, the President of Barbados. For the walk past, they will be in line formation. This morning, they are under the command of Inspector Kieran Grant, and their second in command is Station Sergeant Acting Richard Waltz. Is I Love Barbados by Rick Ford and Harry Malfonte.
Oh!
mounted troop. We will now witness the cultural display by the masked bands and the Pilot Creative Workshop. This performance, produced by the National Cultural Foundation, features the combined bands of the Barbados Defence Force and the Barbados Police Service. They will be joined by the Independence Top Orchestra and a rhythm section led by Kevin Moore, featuring Punka and Rakata International. Also by Ezamai, International Foundation, Euphony Steel Orchestra, Painesville Youth Group, and Trumpet Boy Entertainment. The tribute to the Barbados Flagship features participants in detachments and march the troops off in preparation for presentation of leadership badges, national honors and awards, and the Prime Minister's speech.
Right!
We will now have the presentation of the leadership badges. 250 students, drawn from the primary and secondary schools of Barbados, will receive leadership badges this morning. These consist of the head boys and head girls of these educational institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the school children. We invite Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley,
Prime Minister of Barbados, and the Honorable Sir Pascal Challenham, Chief Justice, to present the first three awards. It must be noted that two of the students are visually impaired and one has autism. Give them a round of applause. We now invite the Ministers of Government to step forward and present the next cadre of awards.
Take their place on the parade ground, the members of Parliament and representatives of corporate Barbados to present leadership badges to the boys and girls.
A number of schools are also celebrating in a major way in 2022. Elliott Belgrave Primary, for example, 130 years in existence. Celebrating 25 years, Hilda Skeen Primary, also 26 years this year to Imperial Private School. St. Christopher Primary, 24 years on December 8th. In September, we had St. Luke Brighton Primary celebrating 43 years. 51 years in October to the Darrell Jordan Secondary. 50th anniversary in September, the St. George Secondary School. And 40 years this year was marked for the Anne Hill School.
The second set of leadership badges are being presented at the present moment. Honorable Dwight Sutherland, the Honorable Sandra Husband,
and this must be a significant time for the MPs as well and the ministers, as this is one of the few moments they get an opportunity to engage with children at the school level at an event of this magnitude.
Apart from the members of Parliament from both houses, there'll also be permanent secretaries, selected permanent secretaries, who will be also presenting the badges this morning. And I'm sure that there is some word of advice, some word of encouragement being given to all of those children.
Following the presentation of the leadership badges to the head boys and girls, and this is a look at what the badge looks like, certainly something to cherish for years to come. We will have the presentation of national honors and awards.
The national honors and awards will be presented for Freedom of Barbados, the Order of the Republic, the Honorary Order of the Republic, Gold Award of Achievement, Gold Trident of Excellence, Silver Trident of Excellence, the Barbados Service Star, the Barbados Service Medal, the Barbados Bravery Medal, and in all, a total of 35 persons will be presented with either honors or awards.
This morning, we're pleased to say that included in those honors, we have Trevor Antonio Thorpe, JP, who receives a Barbados Service Medal for his service as a media practitioner and his contribution to the development of motorsports in Barbados, and Bonnie Michelle Leons, who receives a Barbados Service Star for her dedication to the empowerment and integration of the deaf community into mainstream society in Barbados. Of course, I'm a little biased. They serve with us at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation.
Well, let me put on my other hat and congratulate the holder of the Gold Award of Achievement, Lieutenant Colonel retired Florence Gittins. Then Officer Cadet Gittins joined the Barbados Regiment in 1974, 1 year before I joined in 1975, and served with distinction, especially in the medical field. For her commitment and dedication to the medical field in the Barbados Defense Force, the medical unit, the Barbados Medical Unit, was renamed the Florence Gittins Medical Unit. Congratulations to Lieutenant Colonel retired Florence Gittins, Gold Award of Achievement.
We look forward to those presentations coming up shortly. But as we continue to present the leadership badges, another tranche of students will come forward, or rather, the presenters will move in place to present the leadership badges to the young people already in place.
I recognize the Anglican Bishop of Barbados, the Reverend Michael Maxwell, as one of the presenters.
And all of this takes a great deal of coordination, because to get the children out, to get them here early, to get them all together.
There was a photo just now of Lieutenant Colonel Gittins, Florence Gittins, in the picture, presenting one of the leadership badges also to one of the school children.
Today really is a culmination of months and weeks of rehearsals and planning and meetings.
Certainly. And we must give thanks and praise to the Parade Marshal, Captain Shane Drakes, and his assistant, Warrant Officer Class 2, Braffett, and Reverend Dr. John Rogers, Rector of the St. George Parish Church, also one of the presenters, the Honorable John King, Senator John King, also one of the presenters this morning. And all of the other agencies that were involved in ensuring that the parade this morning was a seamless one. The National Cultural Foundation, the Prime Minister's Office, the Barbados Police Service, the Barbados Fire Service, the Barbados Defense Force, to name a few. Senator the Honorable Pat
Paris.
Paris. Senile moment there. Senator the Honorable Pat Paris, a member of the Lions Club of Scotland. And now what seems to be the final set of leadership badges to be presented.
And I'm sure many Barbadians are happy to see that this part of the presentation takes such prominence,
Certainly.
because it sends a wonderful message to these young boys and girls of how important they are to Barbados, to independence, to our nation moving forward together, and to them being the next leaders of our country.
I was just going to say, so I'm sure that apart from cherishing this moment, a lot of them will now go on and see this as the foundation for leadership within their lives, within the country of Barbados. And I congratulate each and every one of them.
And indeed, it is a great mixture of some of the folk from Parliament, parliamentary representatives, some of the heads of the civil service, and as you mentioned, members from both houses of Parliament presenting these badges. We're down to the last two lines of students.
Yes, certainly.
Of the total of over 250. So absolutely a great presentation. Again, having the young people of Barbados on display for the umpteenth time this morning, to use a Bajan phrase, a Bajan term. Now, for the cultural presentation, we were supposed to have a special presentation earlier by Rupi. I know a lot of people were looking forward to that. Unfortunately, he's unwell and wasn't able to make it. He was going to perform his popular I Am a Bajan, certainly a favorite at this time of year. And these are some of the younger ones with their badges in hand, as a few older students make their way onto the field here at the Mecca. This morning started well before we came on air this morning, though. Many of the young people you're looking at, the dignitaries, the people who helped to organize, those who participated in the parade, their day really started before the day started.
That is true. In the military, your day would have started around 0400, perhaps even earlier than that. I know that those who were responsible for ensuring that the lines were marked again this morning, the flags were up and everything, they were here at Kensington Oval from as early as 0330. And when I got here just around 0500, they were there waiting.
Your Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados. The Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Your Honor, Patterson Cheltenham, Chief Justice. Members of Cabinet, members of the Senate and of the House of Assembly, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, happy 56th anniversary of independence. This morning, on our anniversary, 34 outstanding citizens, 27 of whom are present today, and who are awarded in this year's Independence Honors, will be acknowledged and presented in the warrants. This year's awards have been made in the following classes: the Order of Freedom of Barbados, National Honor, constituted by the Order of Freedom of Barbados Act, August 15, 2019. the Order of the Republic, the Honorary Order of the Republic, the Gold Award of Achievement, the Gold Trident of Excellence, the Silver Trident of Excellence, the Barbados Service Star, the Barbados Service Medal, and the Barbados Bravery Medal. The Order of Freedom of Barbados for distinguished and extraordinary service to Barbados, the Caribbean diaspora, and to humanity at large. Today, 3 awards will be presented. The Order of Freedom of Barbados, conferred on Mr. Ian Sinclair Carrington. At a time when Barbados needed sound, steadfast economic guidance, Ian Carrington worked tirelessly in government's efforts to ensure stability and confidence both at home and abroad. From Director of National Insurance to the Director of Economic Affairs, his vast experience and keenly crafted acumen placed him at the forefront of the team tasked with ensuring economic recovery and sustainability in an increasingly uncertain and volatile global fiscal space. Since 2018, as we have experienced myriad economic challenges, Ian Carrington has each and every time gone above and beyond the call of duty for love of country. The Order of Freedom of Barbados to Ian Sinclair Carrington for his distinguished career in the public service and exceptional leadership of the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program, BERT. Elton Dighton Elombe Motley, the most committed, passionate, and informed pioneer and champion of the arts and culture in Barbados, both pre- and post-independence. He has selflessly advocated for the development, promotion, and preservation of all aspects of our culture, tangible and intangible, with particular emphasis on schools and communities. From Yoruba House to the Steel Shed, Carrie Festa to Cropover and NIFCA, his advocacy and creative thought has inspired generations of cultural practitioners. As the first director of the National Cultural Foundation, he was charged with crafting and sharing its philosophy as a premier agent for national development. His prolific writings, published in 7 books, extensive music library, and impressive art collection, is proof that his contribution to our way of life is not just polka, but positively extraordinary. For his distinguished service and outstanding contribution to fostering a sense of national identity and consciousness in generations of Barbadians, the Order of Freedom of Barbados is conferred on Elton Dighton Elombe Motley. Mr. Ralph Samuel DeCourcy Williams. 50 years ago, Ralph Busy Williams transformed his love of science and entrepreneurial prowess into one of Barbados's leading corporate entities. He made the conscious determination to commit to the economic viability of his employees, thereby creating a business model founded on enfranchisement, trust, and loyalty. Under his visionary leadership, Williams Industries has consistently sought out emerging technologies and practices and employed them in the delivery of world-class products and services. A staunch proponent of renewable energy solutions for almost every aspect of daily life, he has led this cause by example, promoting the multiple virtues of electric vehicles and photovoltaic energy solutions. For his outstanding contribution as an entrepreneur and a pioneer of the Green Economic Development Initiative in Barbados, the Order of Freedom of Barbados is conferred on Ralph Samuel DeCourcy Busy Williams. The Order of the Republic for distinguished national achievement and merit. Today, 3 awards will be acknowledged. Not with us today, but I do ask for your acknowledgement for the conferral of the Order of the Republic to Dr. Philomeno Ann Mohini Harris for her sterling contribution to medicine and distinguished service to the Indian community as Honorary Consul of India. Order of the Republic to Mr. Christopher Mark Gibbs, also not with us today, but please acknowledge his outstanding contribution to the entertainment industry as a member of the renowned Merrymen Group and as an athlete for Barbados. The Order of the Republic, conferred on Dr. Christopher Fitzherbert Hackett for his stellar career as a Barbadian international public servant, serving as ambassador at the United Nations, and for his contribution to sustainable development. The Honorary Order of the Republic is conferred on a distinguished person who is not a citizen of Barbados, but may be conferred an honorary appointment to the Order of the Republic, where it is desirable that the person be so honored by the nation Barbados. Not with us today, but please do acknowledge his outstanding contribution, Mr. Gurdet Bath, for arranging the logistics and facilitating the transportation of 100,000 AstraZeneca vaccines from India to Barbados in February of 2021, thus allowing us to commence our vaccination program against COVID-19. Please acknowledge the Honorary Order of the Republic to Mr. Gurdet Bath. The Gold Award of Achievement for meritorious service or achievement in Barbados or a community within Barbados. 1 award will be conferred this year to Lieutenant Colonel retired Florence Edith Wyndham Gittins for her contribution to nursing, the military, and disaster emergency management in Barbados. The Gold Trident of Excellence for highly meritorious service or achievement in science, the arts, literature, sport, civic duties, or any other endeavor worthy of national recognition. 5 awards will be presented today. Miss Kathy Bernadette Harris for her outstanding service and generosity to the underprivileged children and families in the Westbury community in particular, and the wider Barbadian community. Mr. William Alexander Lindsay Hines for his pioneering work in developing photovoltaic energy in Barbados. the Gold Trident of Excellence, conferred on Mr. Wayne Gregory Gordon Norville for his commitment to animal care and protection, rescuing animals from perilous situations, and his decades of service to the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. The Gold Award of Excellence conferred on Dr. Michael Timothy Fakuri for his distinguished service in the field of medicine and anesthesiology and sterling contribution to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. The Gold Award of Excellence conferred on Mr. Mark Winston St. Hill for his sterling contribution to retail and business banking locally and regionally. The Silver Trident of Excellence for highly meritorious service or achievement in science, the arts, literature, sport, civic duties, or any other endeavor worthy of national recognition. 5 awards will be conferred this morning. The Silver Trident of Excellence conferred on Miss Annette Patricia Beckett for her stellar representation of Barbados in netball internationally and for her efforts as an administrator to improve the sport. The Silver Trident of Excellence conferred on Mr. Selwyn Lloyd Brooks for his sterling contribution to engineering and in the field of disaster management. Two honorees are not with us today, but they're certainly worthy of our acknowledgement. The Silver Trident of Excellence conferred on Jeanette Solita Linton for her outstanding work and efforts to assist persons living with cancer in Barbados. The Silver Trident of Excellence conferred on Mr. Mark Peter Zephyrin for his outstanding civic duties and entrepreneurial spirit whilst building a sustainable Barbadian business brand. The Silver Trident of Excellence conferred on Mr. Kenneth Carlisle Went for his outstanding activism and contribution to the development of the utilities and telecommunications industries in Barbados. The Barbados Service Star is awarded for meritorious work in the public, fire, military, police, prison, or other protective services, or in any other similar field of endeavor. The Barbados Service Star and 7 awards will be conferred this morning. Not here with us, Mr. Orville Best, for his outstanding service to the Parliament of Barbados and to the community at large. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Mr. Lemuel Edward Daniel for his meritorious service to the Barbados Workers' Union. She's not able to be with us today, but again, I ask for our rousing acknowledgement for her outstanding achievement. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Mrs. Edith Loretta Edgar for her stellar contribution to the development of the Barbados Public Service in her role as an Executive Secretary. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Mr. Adrian Walter Donovan for his outstanding service to sports development in Barbados. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Mr. Owen Oliver Moore for his dedication and service to the fishing industry in Barbados and the region. The Barbados Service Star is presented to Mr. Pearson Sylvester Springer for his dedicated service to the church and the community, in particular to the Seventh-day Adventist Church. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Mrs. Bonnie Michelle Leonce for her dedication to the empowerment and the integration of the deaf community into mainstream society in Barbados. The Barbados Service Medal is awarded for meritorious work in the public, fire, military, police, prison, or other protective services, or in any other similar field of endeavor. Today, we confer 7 such awards. The Barbados Service Medal to Major Irvin Alwyn Boyce for his outstanding contribution to the teaching profession and his dedicated service to the Barbados Defense Force, in particular, the Barbados Cadet Corps. The Barbados Service Medal conferred on Mr. Granville Joubert Carter for his contribution as a long-standing advocate for the rights of persons with disabilities and his commitment to working with persons who are visually impaired. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Miss Lavon Othello Goodman for her outstanding community service to urban Barbados. The Barbados Service Medal conferred on Miss Andrea Wendy Knight Hunt for her outstanding contribution in the field of banking. The Barbados Service Medal conferred on Miss Pauline Yvonne Ross for her dedicated community service. The Barbados Service Medal conferred on Miss Janice Yvonne Smitten for her contribution of over 40 years working to help persons with disabilities. The Barbados Service Medal conferred on Mr. Trevor Antonio Thorpe for his service as a media practitioner and his contributions to development of motorsports in Barbados. The Barbados Bravery Medal for acts of bravery in hazardous circumstances. Today we present 3 awards. To Mr. Shakwan Shakian Ian Price for placing himself at risk while preventing extreme loss of property and loss of life from a house fire in Eastman Land, Britainsill, St. Michael. The Barbados Bravery Medal. The Barbados Bravery Medal, conferred on Mr. Mitchell David Curtis Roach for placing himself at risk while preventing extreme loss of property and loss of life from a house fire in Eastman Land, Britainsill, St. Michael. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, just a few days ago, we all heard of the selfless and brave act of a young student of Barbados who placed herself at risk towards saving a senior citizen and preventing loss of life as he experienced an apparent seizure which occurred on public transportation. Today, the Barbados Bravery Medal is presented to Miss Carisha Kimberly Skeet. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you stand and acknowledge this year's National Honors awardees, proud and loyal sons and daughters, all of the Republic of Barbados. Your Excellency, I thank you. Just one final note of acknowledgement. Today, we also salute the children of Barbados by recognizing the creativity, perseverance, and national spirit of 3 young Barbadians in particular. And they are here today, and I ask them to stand. Joshua Toppin, 9 years old, Jordan Sargent, also 9, and Trey Licorice. And if you look at the screen, you will see what they produced over a period of 2 months. We'll bring it back up for you. They constructed a giant Barbados coat of arms comprising almost 26,000 Lego pieces. And they presented their piece of art to the country on Monday. On behalf of the children of Barbados, thousands of whom are present today, and Joshua, Jordan, and Trey, we salute you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to address the nation the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Barbados. One more time, good morning, Barbados. We're outside at last again. Please sit. Madam President, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, let me start this morning by saluting you on the first anniversary of becoming our first Barbadian head of state and carrying us on a journey that is so necessary for us to continue to have the confidence to navigate our way through this difficult world. And to the rest of Barbados, let me say, happy independence, 56 years onwards and going, inspired and exulting free. I start here because we have not been able to gather at these hallowed grounds for virtually 3 years. And it feels good to be back at Kensington Oval. I want to say thank you because we can only today be standing because of the efforts of so many tens of thousands of Barbadians to help lift this country and all who lived in it through the very difficult and tumultuous 2.5 years that we've experienced. My friends, we all know that the world is in flux, and the world has been accustomed to change. But what we face now is perhaps unique. Before coming here this morning, I reminded myself to look at the last UN Human Development Report, which had a staggering statistic that I used to remind us that we are not alone, but we can make it. Regrettably, 90% of the world's countries have experienced 2 consecutive years of decline in the quality of life, not because of anything done specifically by a country, but because of the combination of the various crises that the world now faces. I have therefore come this morning first and foremost to say thank you to Barbadians, thank you to Bajans for allowing us to be able to stay the course. And as we saw in the presentation this morning from the Barbados Landship, to know how to navigate rough seas. I also want to talk a few minutes to our young people, in particular our young mothers and fathers, and indeed to our young people who are here and our students. We know that for many of you, this has been a difficult period that has been unparalleled. But I want to tell you that for many of your parents and grandparents, it is equally unparalleled too. And therefore, we accept that there may be a lot of angst and a lot of mental difficulties that people have in understanding how to cope through these times. But my friends, I am here to remind us that we come from a proud and a resilient people, and that our forebearers have gone through much more at a personal level, requiring sacrifice, requiring resilience, an ability to endure oppression and pain. And as we therefore come to the task of trying to cope from cost of living to mental anguish to the awful aspects of the pandemic, including those who we lost and those who lost during the pandemic, we say to all of us that we have in our national hero, Rihanna, a gift that was given to the world recently, a gift in her lullaby, most appropriately given for us to be strong and to hold up, to lift us up, and to see the light, and not to be afraid to say that we need love and we need light. And I give this message this morning because many of us are sometimes not aware of the burden that people carry. We ask you, as we continue to reflect the best values that have gotten us where we have, never to forget that it takes just a pleasant smile or an easy word very often to lighten the spirit of someone and to give them the strength and courage to make the next few steps. This country has what it takes to get there. But we, as a people, must continue to reflect it. Over the course of the last few years, I've tried to be able to reinforce a few principles. And those principles are as important today as they were when I started to speak about them. We must live by the principles that allow us to share the burden, and equally to share the bounty whenever it comes. We must also recognize that we do not have to carry the burden ourselves alone, and that many hands, yes, many hands make, and that must continue to be our motto, because when you come from a small nation, very often you cannot do it alone, and it is only through the principles of solidarity and our ability to share the burden that we will make it. But there's one other that goes above all else. And the Lord Bishop is with us today, and he may well remind us of the golden rule, to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And you may say, why is the Prime Minister speaking about these things this morning as we celebrate the first anniversary of our parliamentary republic and the 56th anniversary of independence? Because, my friends, sometimes we need to remember that this country will only be as good and as great as we are prepared to treat each other and to create the space to allow each other to be the best that we can be. We have had some difficult times that go beyond what the world has given us with the climate crisis and the pandemic and the cost of living and the disruption of the supply of the many things that we need. We too have not sufficiently been able to bring some of our people out of the bosom of poverty, both mental and economic poverty. And I say to you that in some instances it is no fault of yours. And over the course of 56 years of independence, but over the course equally of 72 years of universal adult suffrage, where we took responsibility for building our democracy, we have not been able to bring all on the train yet. But that does not mean that this generation will not accept their leg of the relay race and work across Barbados to be able to reach those of you young mothers and young fathers who wonder each night how you are going to keep your children safe and how you will provide for them. And young men and young women, young boys and young girls, we have to remember that the house that we live in, called the nation of Barbados, requires us not to just be spectators, as we are, many of us today, but to be active citizens like those who were on the field marching and saluted our nation, recognizing that just as a house needs care and attention, that it can't only be about the ownership of the title deeds to the house, but it is also about the care and attention to build and maintain and to fix and to do what is necessary to preserve the house as whole. Then equally, in the nation of Barbados, in the communities of Barbados, in the families of Barbados, there's a role for each and every one of us. For that is the only way we shall keep our families, our communities, and our nation safe and whole. Yes, we have to reinforce the message that some of us may not always get our way, that some will always, and everyone must always, have the ability to have their ideas contend, but eventually some will prevail and some will not. And we have, as we do in our individual lives, to appreciate how to manage disagreement and discord without resorting to violence, be it domestic violence or the use of that awful tool that has caused so much misery across the globe, but in particular in the Americas, the use of guns that don't walk and talk on their own, but can only become useful to someone if someone has the willingness to take it up and use it and to hurt someone else. My friends, the world is not easy, but we do not need to add to our problems. And I ask us today to reflect on the fact that there has always, as children and as adults, to allow a wrong sometimes to be the last wrong, to allow a done to take place, to use a Bajan phrase. You just sometimes have to walk away. And since we are at Kensington, I can say, you just sometimes have to raise the bat and leave the ball outside the off stump. And why? There are many before us who have fought and who have suffered way more at the personal level. The people of South Africa know what it is to have lived separate and apart and to be persecuted in our lifetime purely because of the color of their skin, something that our forebears knew. And in spite of all of that, and in spite of the thousands and tens of thousands of people who were killed, they found it within their spirit to recognize that dead men do not walk and talk, and that we must live for the living, and that we must ensure that we rise above all disagreement and all the bad and the oppression that has been done in order to be able to build a new reality, a new future, and one that allows each other to coexist. This is not easy, but it must be what we commit to as a people, as a community, as families. And I ask us equally to reflect that as we do that, that all Barbados, I hope, will join us in a program to wise up. Wise up because it is the wisdom of our grandparents and our great-grandparents and our great-great-grandparents that they passed down to us with the sayings that I keep using because I don't want you ever to forget the proverbs and the sayings. When an old person tell you, one blow is kill old cow, what they're really telling you? That one step at a time you can achieve the mission. When they tell you greedy must wait, hot will cool. They're telling you to take your time and that you will get all that you want, but if you're too hot and too hurried, that you may get burnt. And there are a whole host of sayings that guide us through the rites of passage. And that is why we will continue to protect the wisdom of our people in guiding this nation. Not only the Charter of Barbados, not only the Constitution of Barbados, but the wisdom of our people. In addition, I ask you to remember that we don't need certificates to pass on that wisdom. We need care and we need commitment to each other. This country may have a statistic that 1 out of every 5 is living below the poverty line, and that is unacceptable. But the corollary to that is 4 out of every 5 are living above it. And if we use the example that guided us safely through COVID, that we must work together, public and private sector, men and women, young and old, across every division, across every grouping and sector, then I know that we shall make it safely. In addition, we have to set a few missions if we are going to be world class by 2030. Prior to the pandemic, we hoped when I set out that mission in 2020 that we could have done it by 2027. But like with life, their obstacles. And when we have the obstacles, we refocus and we reset the mission. Now that we are out, it is time to ensure that the COVID comatose mindset is put behind us and that we refocus and reset the mission. Against this backdrop, I hope to be shortly meeting with the social partnership and with civil society for us to set a series of missions that should unite all Barbadians in the effort of allowing us to become world-class by 2030. We do not believe that the government has the only perspective on what these goals should be. But I share today the 5 that we will put before the social partnership and civil society so that within the next 2 months we can settle such that we can apply our efforts in the public and the private sector to achieving these goals. 1, against the backdrop of a climate crisis and a world that is losing the biodiversity, that is losing almost and has almost 1 million animals and insects that can become extinct and therefore can threaten our food supply, the first goal must be to green Barbados and to ensure in greening Barbados that we protect our food supply. The second goal must be for a healthy and safe Barbados for all, and none of us need any explanation after the last 3 years as to what that will mean. The third must be to use the platform of education that we have invested in for centuries, but in particular in our modern existence, to create a knowledge and innovation hub. And the fourth one must be to leverage our geography, that Barbados must be an entrepot for the West in the Southern Hemisphere, recognizing that geography has always mattered, but it was used for the wrong and nefarious purposes for too many centuries of our development. We must now use it for the benefit of Barbados and Barbadians, that geographical position. And finally, my people, the fifth must be the economic enfranchisement of our people. And it is not by accident that we salute you, Mr. Ralph Busy Williams, for your model of ensuring that the workers who have worked with you have become owners of all that they have helped you build. Because if we are to be truthful to the journey that we have traveled, then it must not be simply for capital to get returns. But if we share the burden, we must share the bounty with labor, because we must be labor not just by name, but by all that we do and by nature. My friends, I trust that we as a people can come together at this most difficult and challenging time globally. There will always be a pull to pettiness. There will always be a pull to sweat the small things. And by sweating the small things, I do not mean looking and helping small people. I mean the things that can cause us wrath and ire when the day comes. And I too have to look in the mirror and deal with that for myself. And I ask you to also recognize that that is a personal conversation each of us must have when we look in the mirror, if we are to love the mirror image as Errol Barrow exhorted us to do in that famous mirror image speech. So we look for light. And today, this morning, our gracious God has blessed us with that. I ask us to leave this ground on this day, committing to work with one another, committing to help each other, recognizing that sharing the burden and sharing the bounty must be something we live every day, recognizing that helping others to make many hands make light work must be lived every day, recognizing that we must do unto others as you have them do unto you each and every day. And I ask you to add to that which comes from our African ancestral homeland, the principle of Ubuntu, that I am because we are, that none of us can survive collectively without each other. We may remember the old proverb that it takes a village to raise a child. And in a funny way, even though it was meant for evil, as Genesis reminds us, the Lord meant it for good. For when our families came here and were separated in Bridgetown, less than a mile away from here, it taught us the virtue of having others who may not be our blood relatives raise us to become men and women. I ask us to go back to these virtues, because if we get these things right in our families, in our communities, then instead of government fighting to lift 1 out of 5 out of poverty alone, the other 4 who are above the poverty line will join hands and lift all Barbadians out of poverty. I ask the young people to remember that sometimes those who are with you may not always be doing the right thing. Call them one side and talk, because there is no joy to be gained when we see our own fall. And ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Barbados, I ask us to be strong, to be courageous, and to remember these values. And I will end in the words that I use from the Talmud all the time, that we may not be expected to complete the task. Where you are in your families, your work, where I am, where the cabinet is, where the public servants are. But we are not at liberty from resilient from it. The days will be hard. The seas will be rough. But my people, we are up to the task. And we can show the world how a small country, 166 square miles, 300,000 people, can defy all that is happening to be an example and a beacon of hope and light. Join us on this journey and do so as proud Barbadians as we celebrate yet another year of nationhood. God bless Barbados. God bless BIM on Independence Day. Thank you.
We will now witness a musical presentation by saxophonist Romaro Graves, who will render I Am a Bajan. Ladies and gentlemen, saxophonist Romaro Graves, actually rendering my country to me by Mark Lord.
The parade will now be marched back on the parade square, and we will prepare for the salute to the nation.
No, yeah, this is no. Right there, too small. I do. Because it's very hard.
The parade is now preparing for the final phase of this morning's ceremony, phase 4, and this will include the salute to the nation. And included in this phase will be the prayers, the pledge, 21 gun salute, 3 cheers for Barbados, the final salute to the nation, and the departures in the order of Her Excellency the President, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Chief Justice, and the Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Police, and then finally the ceremonial march to Bridgetown.
Even though the presentation of leadership badges to the head boys and girls from the secondary and primary schools and the national honors and awards seemed to go pretty quickly, that was almost close to an hour. And this is why the troops were allowed to go off and get a little rest before they came back on for this next phase of the presentation. The sun has been high in the sky and doing its work, so it's good that they were able to go off and get a little respite.
And I'm sure that they would have welcomed the opportunity to not only rest their legs, but also to get some refreshments and liquid refreshments, mainly water and juice. The other type of refreshment will come after the parade.
We do know the festivities continue well into the day at numerous places.
This morning, the prayers will be led by Reverend Rosalind Harper Johnson, one of the chaplains of the Barbados Defense Force, and the pledge will be recited by
Josiah Bangura, head boy of St. Christopher, and Shalana Clark, head girl of St. Christopher Primary School.
We're now waiting on the unarmed units to march onto the parade ground also.
For those who might not know, what's the significance of a 21-gun salute?
A 21-gun salute is the most commonly recognized of the customary gun salutes that are performed by the firing of cannons or artillery as a military honor. And it all evolved from the Navy, with 21 guns came to be fired for a head of state, or in exceptional circumstances for heads of government, with the number decreasing with the rank of the recipient of the honor. So in other words, a president of a country will get a 21-gun salute. A prime minister will get an 18-gun salute, and it will come, the numbers will decrease depending on the rank of the person.
And here we are again with the colors on display.
And when we speak about a 21-gun salute, it's actually a large caliber weapon such as a cannon and not necessarily an SLR or an M16 or an M4. but it's a cannon that is fired. And for this morning's parade, the gun saluting team is commanded by Warrant Officer Class 2 Kevin Mears and consists of Sergeant Ryan Odell, Lance Corporal Kareem Bell, Corporal Jason Springer, and Lance Leading Seaman Paul Clark.
And we're looking at the Senior Superintendent Christine Stanford, who is the parade's second in command this morning. Many firsts to tick for her.
Certainly. Awaiting at the present moment to hand the parade over to the parade commander, Commander Mark Peterson. You can Pathfinder's band now leading the right half of the parade on to the parade ground. The Boy Scouts, the Girl Guides Association of Barbados, the St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados, the Barbados Red Cross, the Barbados Fire Service, the Barbados Landship Association, and the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders. Let me take this opportunity once again to congratulate all those who receive either the leadership badges this morning or were conferred with the National Honors Awards, and also to all those who are on parade this morning.
Like the esteemed gentleman you're looking at of the Barbados Legion, celebrating 65 years in 2022.
And there is an organization within the Barbados Legion, which is known as the Barbados Poppy League, which is a fundraising arm of the Barbados Legion. And this year they're celebrating 100 years. Miss Margaret Burke leading in the Girl Guides Association on parade this morning. And I would admit the Girl Guides band or drum corps also with them this morning, that in terms of numbers, where the Boy Scouts Association of Barbados and the St. John Ambulance and the Girl Guides, they were accustomed to producing at least, or I shouldn't say producing, having at least 100 personnel on parade over the years. But the numbers have reduced, and there are reasons why, mainly because of the COVID pandemic.
As the Prime Minister said in her presentation earlier, the first time that we are truly back outside without all of the restrictions that came with the COVID pandemic.
And it was also good to see the large number of members of the Barbados Youth Advance Corps on parade this morning. The various unarmed units are still being marched onto the parade ground.
And it's always very interesting to see the mounted troop. A little earlier we had them on, and one of the horses was not playing nicely at all.
Yes, these things do happen. You know that in Barbados is one of the few places where you will see the mounted troop on parade. I've had the opportunity to watch Independence Parade in Antigua, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, St. Lucia, Dominica, and the police forces don't have a mounted troop to escort in those countries, the Governor General. So we are very pleased that we have maintained that tradition here in Barbados, and the horses are well kept. Originally, they were used to move correspondence around the island, and today they're more used when we're having spectacles or displays.
Tell us more about this part of the presentation where the parade second in command is addressing the participants in anticipation of the parade commander, Commander Mark Peterson's return.
The
Camera lens.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand as the dignitaries take their places on the parade ground, and the detachment will march in review order afterwards. stand in as we invite the Right Reverend Michael Maxwell, Bishop of Barbados, to lead us in the prayers to the nation of Barbados.
Let us pray. O God, the Creator, Redeemer, and Sustainer of our lives, we humble ourselves this day in your presence as we celebrate our 56th year of independence and the first year as a parliamentary republic, and uplift to you our nation, Barbados. As a sovereign nation to which you have called us as citizens to live in righteousness, peace, and love, may we continue to acknowledge your sovereignty, that it is only in and through you that we live and move and have our being. You have protected us this year from severe loss of life due to the ongoing pandemic and from major disasters caused by climatic changes, especially that of hurricanes, even as we continue to be a nation that advocates for climate justice. We thank you for your attention, unconditional love, and mercy given to us, even when we have, over the years, fallen short of the mark or standard to which you have called us to live and serve you in freedom and in peace. We pray that your light and your truth will lead us in the paths of offering that same attention, love, and mercy towards each other as citizens of this nation and to those who shall visit our land. Give us a zeal for justice and the strength for forbearance, that we may use our liberty in accordance to your gracious will. Bless those you have given the mandate at this time to lead, protect, and develop our nation through this very difficult period in history. Strengthen, guide, and protect Dame Sandra, our President, Mia Amour, our Prime Minister, Sir Patterson, our Chief Justice, all members of the Cabinet and the Houses of Parliament, and those serving in local government. Equip and empower them by your Holy Spirit for the work you have set before them, and ever keep them mindful of their calling to serve all people of this land fairly and faithfully as they discharge their duties to ensure that the dignity, rights, development, and freedom of every person is realized. We also bring before you our judges, magistrates, and all who administer justice within our courts, that in all things they may seek to do your will in protecting the rights and freedom of our people. Give to all those who are called to guard and protect our land, the police, the military forces, the foresight, courage, and shield and strength needed to probe and curb the rate of crime and violence in our nation, and for us as citizens to play our part in providing the necessary information to assist them in their efforts to keep us safe. We thank you for all those who, over the years, have been recognized for their yeoman service and those who have received national awards this year. May they inspire all of us as citizens to be a people who love our country, daily give of our best to make Barbados better than it was yesterday. Within our healthcare system, give skill and wisdom and patience and gentleness to our doctors and nurses and all who minister to and care for those who are mentally or physically ill at this time, that as they exercise their ministry of healing, many bodies and minds may be made whole again, and your power at work through them may be praised. Bless the public and private sectors, the businesses and entrepreneurship of our people within our island,
that all citizens will be able to find work and sustain their lives and the lives of those they care for. In educational institutions, may true knowledge, sound wisdom, and godly discipline ever be found, and our children be fed with the knowledge you desire them to receive that will enable them to develop as conscientious citizens who are ever faithful to you as they live their lives and find productive work in the future. We pray for our homes and family life, the foundation of all life, that you will grant to all parents the true spirit of love and oversight, and to children the spirit of obedience to grow in wisdom and stature and in the knowledge and love of you. Grant peace within all homes and change the hearts of those who engage in domestic abuse of any kind. Enable husbands and wives to live in mutual love and forgiveness towards each other, and may parents and children daily increase in mutual respect, understanding, patience, and charity. Within our communities and neighborhoods, help us to return to that spirit of being our brother's keeper, reaching out to the poor, the hungry, the unemployed, the lonely, the elderly, the physically challenged, the ex-offenders, and all those in need of any assistance we can offer as we call to love our neighbor as ourselves and to do unto others as we would have them do unto us. Protect our communities from any further gun violence that is especially causing many to live in fear, and speak to the hearts and minds of those who are engaging in such heinous acts, that they may turn their swords into plowshares. We thank you once again, O Father, for this day, on which you have enabled us to celebrate our nationhood as an independent parliamentary republic. As we go forward, even in the development of our new constitution and following our charter, may we continue to be ever mindful that you have been our guide for the years that have passed, and with you still on our side, we will have no doubts or fears. May we ever keep you at our side, guiding us in all our future endeavors. As we seek to serve you here, may we build our nation better than it was yesteryear. We offer these prayers to you, O Father, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, and in the power of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Parade! Chant!
Today, we will be led by 10-year-old Shalana Clark, head girl of the St. Christopher Primary School, and 11-year-old Josiah Bangura, head boy of the St. Christopher Primary School. Please repeat after them. After them when they recite the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados.
I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados.
And to my flag.
And to my flag.
To uphold and defend their honor.
To uphold and defend their honor.
And by my living. To do credit to my nation. Wherever I go.
Parade will remove headdress. Remove headdress. Three cheers for Barbados. Hip hip. Chant! Parade! Shoulder! Arms! Present! Arms!
Please remain standing. Her Excellency will now receive the final salute.
Presidential salute! Present! Arms! Parade! Shoulder! Arms!
We will now have the departure of our dignitaries. Please remain standing until the Chief Justice has departed.
President of Barbados, now the Prime Minister, has gotten in her vehicle, and she will make her way over to Parliament Yard.
Certainly. And the next dignitary to leave the parade ground will be the Chief Justice of Barbados. And he will be followed by the Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Police. One thing you would have noticed during the 21-gun salute and the final salute to the nation that all the flags were lowered with the exception of the presidential color, and behind the saluting dais was a large flag, Barbados flag, that was also flying. That flag represents Barbados, and the presidential color represents the president of Barbados. Hence, during the salute to the nation, for want of a better word, they were still standing.
His Honor, Mr. Patterson Cheltenham, departing in MP4. And over the years, people have really held to these numbers.
Yes. MP4. In fact, there was a time when certain ministers had vehicles assigned to them, and we had MP3. I can remember.
Now, once all dignitaries have departed, the parade will march along Bridgetown to Independence Square, and all detachments are to pay compliments to the Prime Minister at the main entrance to Parliament Yard, which is why we told you that is where she should be departing to at this time.
Certainly.
Up next, the Chief of Staff, Commodore Arrington Sherland, will depart.
And the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Richard Boyce, along with his ADC ASP Pearson McConney and Lieutenant Coast Guard Gordon Maxwell, the ADC to the Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defense Force. Our stick orderlies are now preparing themselves for the ceremonial march to Bridgetown. Lance Corporal Cumberbatch and Lance Corporal Olton of the Barbados Regiment, and A.B. Sobers and O.S. Phillips of the Barbados Coast Guard. At the present moment, the band of the Barbados Defense Force is preparing to march the armed units off of parade and for the ceremonial march through the city.
Hero Square, and Bridge Street. The Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, will take the salute in National Hero Square. Ladies and gentlemen, we have definitely enjoyed sharing this morning's program with you. As we continue this celebration of Barbados' 56th anniversary of independence and first anniversary of transition into a parliamentary republic, kindly be safe in your activities, and we encourage you to view the ceremonial march through the city. Thank you, and have a happy Independence Day.
Well, you still have a little time to head out and see the ceremonial march through Bridgetown if you are in the area, or if you are so inclined. You can also continue watching online as it is streamed.
Certainly.
What an amazing day it has been, and a grand way certainly to celebrate all that Barbados has to offer and all that we have to really celebrate. Today, marking the first anniversary, of course, of Barbados being a parliamentary republic and the 56th year as an independent nation. So a very fitting way to salute our little Barbados.
And we've been able to witness all that is associated with a parade of this caliber. And we must once again thank all of those who in any way contributed to the success of this parade. Certainly, CBC must say kudos for allowing those who are unable to come to Kensington Oval or even to come to Bridgetown to be able to sit back at home, perhaps with a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, and watch the parade. And it was a pleasure working with you, Ms. Hines, and allowing not only Barbadians at home, but across the globe to be able to see how we do it still to this day.
It was indeed a pleasure working with you as well. I've never seen a Barbados bow tie with a flag, but I must say you carry it very, very well. And it's always a pleasure to be a part of presentations like this one on a national stage on such a significant day here in Barbados. So we're going to leave you as the troops and indeed everyone on parade get ready to make their way through the streets of Bridgetown. That's it for us from here at the Mecca, Kensington Oval, on this Independence Day. On behalf of the entire crew, God bless BIM on Independence Day.
Bye to all.
this. Come on, Tony, yeah,
Deborah's daughter.
I'll do
That's
better.
my daughter.
I'll do better. I'll do better.
Yes,
I'll do
yes,
better. I
yes,
just want to be.
yes.
Yeah, do better, right?
Yes, please.
I got it. My young one.
Okay, all right. Thank
Cheers,
you.
you one.
Happy Independence.
Yes, I do. Yeah. Keep that.
Blocked in, you know.
Why don't you go my phone right there? All the time?
I said, Shema, I have a wallet round. Just let me know a minute, all right? You let me know.
family boys.
Shoulder! Arms! No, don't feel. Yeah, yeah, salute, boy.